Ahoy, shipmates! Right, the software had updated, and as per usual, for some reason it decides that some other microphone is better than the microphone that I always use. Absolutely annoying. Right, that's working now. And like I said, well, you didn't hear, but you know, Captain's Banner bingo. Whoever's got a minute into the broadcast, or minus 20 minutes, there we go. All working. In case you're wondering, I'm the captain of the Solent Ships YouTube channel, broadcasting to you live and direct from the port of Southampton. And it looks like it's all working at the moment. I've only just walked in the door, so there's a lot. Hello, what's that? Looks like a flag up there. Oh yes, I can see that. Let's see if I'll get everything around. I'm a little bit all disconnected all over the place. But well done there, though, shipmates. I can see that. Let's see if I can get this working. At the moment, nothing's working. It does take me probably about 45 minutes to get things set up before a broadcast. Got to log into things, sort things out, connect things up. And then you find certain things don't work because there's been a software update or something, as per usual. There we go. Let's see if I can get this working. No, that's not working. Okay, right. Let's go over here and try this. Yes, it's one of those days. It's very annoying when software updates. It seems to remember everything apart from your settings. Looks like I've got a lovely flag up there now. I shall zoom in on cruise cam. We'll get a better view on cruise cam. I wonder what that is, though. Big red circle. Maybe a rose, perhaps. County flag, we're thinking, maybe. Anyway, 2 departures today. The Aida Perla departs at 7:30, and this is the Aurora departing at 4 o'clock. A touch late. I don't know if you heard it, but when I went live, I just heard the honks from Aurora. Right, let's connect to this other camera. Let's get that one working as well. Yeah, so like I say, I'm right. There's only so much I can set up in advance, and some of it I have to do at the time. Otherwise, all these things log themselves out, disconnect, and all various different things. Weather seems to have improved, though. What are we looking at here? 18.2 centigrade, 90% humidity. It's been showering on and off. I've got wet 3 or 4 times this afternoon. It's all went a bit wrong. Visibility 21 nautical miles. Gentle breeze, gusting to 13 knots. Shipmate Graham James says it looks a bit like Japan. I was thinking it looks like Japan as well, but I don't think it was round. Right, I'm trying to get this camera to the right place, but it's not working, so I'm having to do it by telepathy. There we go. Right, there we go. That's that one sorted. Don't even know where these ships are going to. Not had time to do my research. Let's get the research going. Don't even have the radio on either, so I don't know what the passenger and crew figures are. Oh, there, shipmates. This is a shoddy show this evening, isn't it? The radio one, at least. Maybe we'll get something. Alrighty, go. So, Aurora, she is off on a 30-day round trip. Autumn colours of Canada and New England. That sounds fantastic, doesn't it? It's not often you get a cruise from Southampton that goes all the way over to the States and then comes back. Unusual. So, the first port of call is St. John's in Newfoundland in Labrador, Canada. Then she's at Magdalen Island in Cap au Milieu in Quebec, Prince Edward Island in Canada, then down to Portland in Maine, Boston in Massachusetts, New York. Let's see if we can get close on this flag. New York, and then Newport, Rhode Island, Rockland, Maine. Well, I can't really see what it is now. The wind seems to have taken it. Oh, may well be a Japanese flag. I think the shipmate that said Japan. They could well be right. It does look like... Oh, there's something in the centre of it, I think. Oh, there's a star in the centre. Or a flower. Maybe it's Singapore or something. Who knows? Yes, then after Newport, Rhode Island, it's Rockland, Maine, then St. John's in New Brunswick, Sydney in Nova Scotia, and back to Port Southampton. That looks like an absolutely fantastic trip. I can see why they're calling it autumn colours as well. Might be picking up some of the fall colours there in the northeast of the USA and east of Canada. Brilliant. Good job there, shipmates, with the flag. It's looking a touch windy up on deck. Cruise cam's behaving itself at the moment. Has a habit of not behaving itself. In fact, I have a replacement for cruise cam, which I was supposed to pick up this afternoon, but I ran out of time. I was also supposed to pick up yesterday, but it was far too big to fit on the Iron Horse. So it'll be a job for later. In fact, I might be able to do it after this broadcast. Right, let's get the other camera going. Running out of cameras here. That's the trouble when you come in late. No, that's not working. Oh, no, is that working? Yeah, I think it is. Yep, that's working. Certainly in this pattern at the moment of indeterminate weather, you can't decide if it's sunny, cloudy, raining, windy, or so it just goes with all of them. I've had the whole collection today. Yeah, okay, right. That's, I think, more or less up to speed. Neil Bradley with Lancashire red rose flag. Could be. Japan flag would seem a bit of a stretch. Well, shipmate Georgina Stevens says, "Hi, Captain and Spanners from work." Shipmate UK Cook. Yes, Aida Perla departing at 7:30. As you can see, there's a bit of rain here on the lens of Itchingham. Water's looking a little choppy. I was hoping to find some pricing for that 30-day cruise to Canada and New England on Aurora, but I don't see a sample price. Which is a shame. That looks...
Yes, thank you. And the apologies, had some problems with my radio. Will do. And Aurora, just ahead of.
Yeah, I think it's a great cruise, and not only is it a 30-day cruise transatlantic both ways, it's also, I'm just looking here, overnights in Boston and overnights in New York for 2 nights. So you really get to see New York. I mean, the cruise ship terminal is a great location at the Upper West Side. So yeah, that's a great itinerary, I would say. Curious to know what the minimum price would be. See, the captain can sneak on board to an inside cabin. Right, I'm still manoeuvring all my things around. I think I've got myself more or less sorted now. Whoops, a bit fast on that camera. There we go. Right, there we go. Right, let's have a look who's in the chat. I've been keeping an eye on the chat there. Let's have a quick look who's in there. Hoy there, shipmate Deborah Speller. Hoy there, Donna S. All from a wet Lincolnshire. Yes, it's been a bit of wet here. I've certainly got wet this afternoon 3 or 4 times. I had to abandon plans for previous idea and do something else. Well, there, Pam W. from Southern California. Can't imagine what your weather's like down there. Probably a great deal better than ours at the moment. Well, there, Catherine Alicia. Oh, there, Jason Burnley. Escaped the brig and here on time. Fortunately, the captain wasn't here on time. Captain probably should visit the brig next. Well, there's CS28. Well, there's Sue Hawks. Well, there's Victis. Oh, Iron Horse. Yeah, the Iron Horse had an MOT this morning. All passed. I managed to avoid the rain, taking it to the horse doctor, got it sorted. It was actually it's a very reliable Iron Horse, is this one. Well, there shipmate UK Cool Guy, or there Rab Nesbitt, or there Ian Lloyd Owen. Yeah, no sound. I know software updates. Those catch me out every time. I have no way of. It's difficult for me to know if there's any sound going out, and I have to do a few things to check. Or there Chris Howard. Or there Raymond Morris. Or there Swifty. Right, I think I'm up to speed. Yeah, there we go. Up to speed. There we go. We're on the bottom of the chat now. So if there was anything pertinent you needed to say, you might want to repeat it. I sort of rushed through the conversation there. I see that I'm still experiencing some network issues as well. Always something to do. Looking jolly decent, though. Do have a feeling, though, that summer has come to an end. Clouds certainly are rushing overhead. I don't know what the forecast is for the rest of the week even. What is the forecast for the rest of the week? Forecast for the rest of the week, pretty much the same. In fact, tomorrow's still forecasting really windy tomorrow morning. 40-mile-an-hour plus winds tomorrow morning. And it looks like it's rainy, sunny and fairly mild for the foreseeable future. Yep. Not much change there. Actually, potentially it's the Bramble cricket match on September the 11th, but I'm not convinced. Weather's not looking brilliant. They may delay it until the 17th. Oh, this should be Ian Lloyd Wright. Oh, we sailed on Aurora Returned this morning, boarding time, hotel, harbour to the ship. Raffles, very slick, 43 minutes, a great ship and the weather. 43 minutes from hotel to bar, that's very impressive, shipmate. Glad you had a good cruise. I know Aurora is very popular with quite a few of the shipmates. They certainly seem to have a fondness for some of the older, smaller P&O ships. Aurora is 25 years old, built in the year 2000. Capacity for 1,874 double occupancy, 2,258 maximum occupancy. I suspect she's probably somewhere.
Southampton VDS, Widstar, Pierhead, outbound for Portsmouth, North Channel, Mum.
Widstar, thank you. That's all the ship current. Region, Calshot 3.13.
3.13, many thanks, Daria.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd imagine there's probably somewhere around 1,600 people on board. I didn't know if anyone else has picked up the passenger and crew numbers from the radio. So 860 crew would be typical.
And VDS, Widstar, with that height of tide, Mum, I'm definitely North Channel.
Widstar, that's full. Copy, thank you, that's fine. For information, inward bound, Tanka, Yasa, Polaris, approaching North Sturbridge Buoy. For S number 5, she will be clear channel.
Roger that, Mum, when we get down towards... What time should you do it, Forley?
So she will concert around, not earlier than 17:20. And then another half an hour, 40 minutes through the area, precaution area.
Looks like someone's having some fun there, whizzing around in a rib, doing donuts. Can't see there's any practical purpose to doing that, apart from having a jolly good time, really.
Southampton VDS, Widstar, roger that, Mum. I will go outside the greens, i.e. east of the greens, of the reach and the hook, because I should have enough water with that to utilise North Channel.
With savages, yeah, that's all good, thank you. So yeah, like I said, 17:20 at Prince Consort, 1800 at the hook.
Yeah, roger that, Mum. I'm estimating 17:35 for myself at the hook.
That's great, thank you very much.
And what's going on over in Cowes? Oh, looks like some yacht racing going over there. Tenacious.
6 Southampton beaches. Thank you, all this shit. You coming into Humble now?
The Southampton Boat Show.
That's fine, thank you.
Construction has started on that. Southampton Boat Show opens to the public on September the 19th. Press day is the Thursday the 18th. That's not when I'm going there. I'm not allowed there on the press day. Need to become a press affiliated or something. Shipmate Dave Davenport saw Aurora from Ladram Bay. Where's Ladram Bay then? The captain's not familiar with Ladram Bay. Somewhere along the west coast, perhaps? Yes, indeed, the weather does seem to be clearing up. It's due to get a bit brighter this evening. Should be good for the departure of Aida Perla at 7:30. And then tomorrow is going to be very wet and very windy. Talking about 40-mile-an-hour plus winds, thunder, lightning, sun and rain. I think we'll have everything for tomorrow morning. And then it calms down a little bit in the afternoon. Shipmate Margaret Bright says, Exmouth, Devon. I guessed it was down that way somewhere. I can't say I'd heard it before. Well, shipmate Tanya Jane Bratt says, love the changing colours of the water. Yes, especially this time of year. It's really, especially when you've got this sort of weather where you've got clouds and not clouds. Well, the shipmate, 83-year-old AV Geek. Welcome aboard, shipmate. Many thanks for subscribing. Yes, when you've got the rain, clouds and the sun, you've got all sorts of lovely colours on the water. It's a real kaleidoscope of colours. Zoom out a bit so we can see a few of them. There we go. Whole variety there. It is very pretty. Well, should make Jason Footy. Any cruise ships leaving tomorrow? I think there is from memory. Yes, we just is in fact rather. My brain is thinking. Yeah, there is 2 ships departing tomorrow. The Arcadia at 8 o'clock and the Silver Dawn at 9 o'clock. Very unusual, 2 late departures. So at 8 o'clock for Arcadia potentially will be on the brink of evening. At 9 o'clock for Silver Dawn, probably going to be quite dark. Silver Dawn's not a very large ship, but I think we'll see if we can see what's going on with those. Yeah, the visibility you can see is not brilliant. Can't quite see the Isle of Wight. What is the visibility? 20 nautical miles, yeah. That's the construction down there at Mayflower Park. Won't take them long to get that tent up. It's amazing how quickly it goes up. It was up for Seaworks as well. I'm surprised they don't coordinate Seaworks and the International Boat Show at the same time, because Seaworks was only a few months ago and they think they had pretty much the same tent up. So you thought perhaps they'd have just kept it. Anyway. Some agreed. Oh, yes, I did see that Silver Dawn was supposed to have gone out today, but she decided to stay on port. I can't say I blame her. That weather looks horrible out there, and there's no way you'd be visiting the Channel Islands tomorrow with 40-mile-an-hour winds. So yes, probably sensible stay in the wonderful port of Southampton. And who wouldn't want to stay here? Well, she made Donna S. Yep, it is. She says he's the 5 ships out. It is. We've got another Super Saturday coming. I think there's another one after that, and I think that might be the last one. So it's like 2 more Super Saturdays to go, and then that'll be it. So this Saturday, what do we have this Saturday? We have the P&O Ventura at 4 o'clock. The P&O Arcadia at 4 o'clock. The Celebrity Apex at 4 o'clock. The Iona at 5 o'clock, and then for some reason MSC Virtuosa at 8 o'clock. Unusual to see MSC Virtuosa at such a late departure, but that'll be nice. It'll give us a bit of a galley time in between. Well, shipmate Jan asking if we've got any passenger numbers. No, I'm afraid the captain arrived rather late and I missed it. But I don't know if any of the shipmates who happen to be listening to the radio picked up the numbers. But I'm guessing, as it's quite a long transatlantic and then transatlantic back and quite a long cruise, I'm suspecting probably in the region of 1,500 on board. There's a good chance that once she gets to the States, she might pick up some more passengers in the States. Americans doing the American part. Don't know, though. And around 850 crew. Wind is still a bit blowy at this day, but it must be coming in the right direction. It's not affecting cruise cam netley too much. It's funny, depending on the direction, because it's netley cams on top of a mast with a couple of guy ropes. If it's the usual wind direction, which it more or less is, then that's quite good. It doesn't affect netley cam too much, and it doesn't wobble around. If it starts to become an easterly or westerly directly or northerly, any of those other ones, it really blows it about. Wobbles really well. Oh, shipmate Donna S. Excellent. Doing some research. Found some pricing for the same cruise next year for Aurora. £4,699 for an inside cabin. So we'll be talking then £10,000 for a couple for 30 days. It's not too bad, is it? Great itinerary as well. Shipmate Matthew Baden says Aurora was only picking up in Southampton. Oh, okay. Interesting. Shipmate Georgie says, see you back 8 o'clock. Finish at 6 o'clock. Live in England and work in Wales. It's raining. Oh, yep. That's Wales for you.
Radio 6 reaches. That's all understood. Thank you. Inward bound, yes, Polaris. At Mother Bank will be clear channel. Outward bound is Aurora, Pasinestro, also clear channel.
BTS 6, both copy, thank you.
Well, who the shipmate Simon Green always says, looking at the potentially going on first cruise. If you were to go on your first cruise, where would you go and what ship for what duration? Good question, shipmate. Tricky to answer.
Bridget 7, BTS. Thank you, all received. Outward bound is Aurora. S on 1, clear channel. And Widstar dockhead out to Portsmouth, North Channel.
Ahoy there, Fraser. Interested in some cruising video vlogging content? Check out Fraser. Fraser at Sea. He's got lots of videos there. Yeah, it's a good question there, shipmate Simon Green. Potentially going on your first cruise. Tricky. It depends on your budget. I suppose that's one thing. Depends on where you want to go and what you want to see. If you don't have any particular preferences, if you wanted something that specialised on fine dining, for instance, you really enjoyed your food, I might be tempted to suggest the Oceania line. They have some really interesting itineraries and their dining on board is phenomenal. But then that is at a more premium end of the market. Something a bit more mainstream would probably be a P&O, which could tick a lot of boxes. And I've also noticed with some of these cruises, depending on the time of year, it makes a big difference to the cost. But let's just say you pick a relatively standard P&O itinerary to the fields or to Spain, and you go not in the middle of the summer, then they're relatively reasonable. 7 days. Elizabeth Leeborn says 7 days of fields. I'd say that's very good on P&O. P&O caters more to the British market. If you end up going on some of the other cruise lines like MSC, they cater more to, say, Italian markets or more of a continental flavour, which I don't mind, but some shipmates don't like the lack of kettles in the room and things like that. Also, if you go on a really short cruise, like a 3 or 4 day taster cruise, I I've heard a lot of people say they don't enjoy them. You tend to get a lot of stag do's and hen parties on those sorts of cruises. Whereas if you go on a 7-day cruise, you don't. You tend to get more normal people. Probably the best thing to do would be to talk to Paul from Love Cruise. Have a word with Paul. He'll be able to, with a quick conversation, he'll be able to sort you out as to what he thinks could be good for you. But yeah, a good start will probably be on E&O or something from the Port of Southampton, of course. That's always my preferred departure port. That's very easy. You get on, you get off very quickly. And nothing to worry about in between. Well, the shipmate Syke, he was asked yesterday about the places to go and see the ships in the port. Well, you can't go into Mayflower Park at the moment, because if you can see there, it is in fact closed for the construction. It is open 24 hours normally, correct, but at the moment it is closed. It'll be closed pretty much for the entire month of September for Southampton International Boat Show, which I'm looking forward to going to. There we go. There's Aurora. She's found a patch of sun there, coming down the Southampton water. You can see there's a good breeze in the Solent there. I've been watching some yachts whiz around earlier. Well, what should be Pauline Lincoln says, they set sail on Aurora a month from today. Very excited. Only our second cruise. Went on Arcadia last year. Well, I think if you went on Arcadia and you liked Arcadia, I think that's pretty much a guarantee you will enjoy Aurora. Shipmate Simon Green says the Fields. Oh, so the Fields was an option for the Northern Lights. Yeah, there are. I'm not entirely sure you can see the. I'm not entirely sure you can see the Northern Lights on the standard Norway cruises up to the Norway. There are some cruises which go a bit further north and specialise in that. Budget isn't an issue. Would want something quieter, but with things to do on the ship. I'd have a look at Oceania Line. I've been quite impressed with their ships every time I've been on them. They are certainly a smaller line, and I think they call themselves budget luxury. The prices of their cruises do look a bit more expensive, but by the time you factor in all of the extras that are included, they're not actually that bad at all. I'll stick a link in the chat for you. No, I won't. How can I get us? Why have I got such a... There we go. Let's do that. There we go. Stick a link in the chat for you. They might have something that goes up to the Fields. Other than that, there are some of the other lines go up to there. I'm trying to think which small one might go up that way. Yeah, there was definitely one of the smaller ones. Is it Fred Olsen going that way? Can't think. Yeah, best thing to do is call Paul from Love Cruise, because he knows a lot about it, and he'll be able to point you in the right direction. He'll filter out what it is you like and what it is you don't like, and have an idea of which line would be best to set you on. They've all got their little niche. Some are a bit more general, some are a bit more specialist. Point you in a different direction. Well, shipmate Shaw Beatty, can we still watch the ships from Mayflower? No, that's Mayflower Park. It's closed for boat show. Closed for the month of September, I'd say, pretty much. Rab Nesbitt, Fred Olsen. Oh, Ambassador, that was the one. That was what I was trying to think of, Ambassador. Ambassador, Fred Olsen. They're older, smaller ships. Still very nice, though. In fact, I've had some really, really lovely food on Fred Olsen. I was very impressed. Well, Jay Little's just been trying to contact Love Cruise. Not sure if got a message up. I don't know. Don't know how you've been trying to contact them. Normally, he's very good at getting back to you if you've given him some feedback, given him some contact details in reverse. Oh, this is interesting. They've got really dark water here in the Solent. Grey skies over the big island and a incredibly bright white Aurora in the middle. Fraser's hoping that the passengers on board Aurora are getting ready to enjoy the Indian in Sindhu. Do you have to, I wonder if on Aurora, if it's do you have to reserve it on Aurora? Is it a specialty restaurant? Well, you should make sure BT or where else can you watch from Town Quay. Town Quay would be my other recommendation. Let's bring up a map, shall we? Yeah, there we go. Right, bring up a map of the wonderful port of Southampton. Can I put the satellite on? Would that help? Yeah, put the satellite on. Okay, right. Let's give you a little crash course of Southampton ship spotting. So we are. This is the Red Funnel Ferry Terminal. So Mayflower Park, which is here, which is closed. That is inaccessible, but that allows you to see the City Cruise Terminal, the Horizon Cruise Terminal, and the Mayflower Cruise Terminal. And you see the ships coming and turning here. Can't get into here today. No go area there. However, there is Town Quay here, and you can actually park your car right at the end here, but do be careful because you have to pay to park, and I think it's done on some registration system. But you can get right to the end here. You can get right to the end of Town Quay Pier here, and you can see the Ocean Terminal here, 46 berth, where if there's something like Iona's here or Arvia, they'll be moored here. And then, of course, you can see all the way back up to here port, and you can see the other ships. So that is actually a very good destination. If you are coming down, I might suggest you make sure you wrap up warm because it can get quite windy on the end of Town Quay Pier there. Simon Chris says Cowshot Spit. Yeah, Cowshot Spit's not bad. It's a good location. They come quite close to shore at Cowshot Spit. The only problem is they're going quite fast, so they whiz past quite quickly. You also would get the horns if you're in port. The other place you can go is Hythe. You can go over to Hythe Marina. But, Shipmate Nico says, so many of the crew we've talked to say they like to go back and serve on Aurora. Less stressful and more interesting ports. Yes, I think Aurora is an adult-only ship, which probably helps quite a lot. But equally, I think you get a different type of customer. The people who seem to go on the smaller P&O ships are a real dedicated band. They really like the older, smaller ships. Yep, Deborah Hobson's talking about the hurdy-gurdies. They specialise in Northern Lights cruises. That's true. A bit more like a ferry than an actual cruise, the hurdy-gurdy, because it goes between lots of different ports, and people do use it as a ferry up in the fjords to get from place to place. They have a little light in your cabin which comes on when there's a chance of seeing the Northern Lights. And in fact, if you go on the Northern Light cruise and you don't see the Northern Lights, they will refund you the money for for your travel. Unfortunately, it means you've got to go all the way back to Norway to use the ferry again. Like I say, probably the best place to watch the ships, though, is the Solent Ships YouTube channel. Just make sure you're subscribed. Well, the shipmate Brenda Jones asking what time is expected to come into view, please. I'm not sure what it is. Perhaps you could expand on what it is you're looking for, and I should be able to give you an idea. Royal Victoria Country Park, yeah, it's not too bad. Down in Portsmouth, yep. You get further away. The closest place is here in port. Andy Hill says, yeah, funny to think Aurora is considered a small ship. It's a smidge longer than the Titanic. Yes, I mean, quite a bit bigger than the Titanic, really. Titanic was not a big ship. If you ever see one of these diagrams that shows you Titanic and then has a picture of the other ships, some of the ships we know, like the QE2 and the Queen Mary 2, and then one of those, like, one of those big American ships, something of the seas, then, yeah, the Titanic does look a lot like the Red Funnel Ferry. Shipmate Brenda Jones says, no, this is Aurora here, right in front of us. That is the ship we are watching departing the port of Southampton off on what I would say looks like a fairly fantastic cruise itinerary. 30 days. They're calling it the Autumn Colours of Canada and New England. Jolly good time of the year to go. So probably for pretty much for the entirety of September. Calling in St. John's in Newfoundland. Magdalen Island in Cap au Milieu in Quebec. Prince Edward Island in Canada, Portland in Maine, Boston in Massachusetts, New York, Newport, Rhode Island, Rockland in Maine, and then back to Canada for St. John, New Brunswick, and then Sydney and Nova Scotia in Canada, and then back to the port of Southampton. So 2 transatlantics. Whole load of destinations, and I forgot to mention that Boston, Massachusetts is an overnight, and New York is a 2-night stop, which I think is brilliant. Like I say, you're right in the heart of Manhattan. Pretty much from the cruise terminal there, you can walk all the way down to Battery Park, look out to the Statue of Liberty, walk up through Wall Street, all the way up through to Central Park, past Times Square. I mean, yeah, it's great. Lots to do. Hello, chap there hanging out at the side of the yacht.
Just snapping boxers, start fry, thank you.
Shipmate Elizabeth Leapon says, always thought Titanic was a big ship. Well, in a day, in fairness, in a day, Titanic was a big ship. It's just not by modern standards, not a big ship at all. Shipmate Brendan Jones watching from Portsmouth seafront, wondering when Aurora will come into view. Okay, right, that makes sense now. You need to give me a bit of context there, shipmate. I couldn't, had no idea where you were, quite what you were talking about. Okay, Portsmouth seafront. If you're down, assuming you're on sort of South Sea, I would expect you'll probably see Aurora in about. If you're down at South Sea, I'm going to guess something like about 25 minutes, maybe something like that. Something along those sorts of lines. Maybe 20 minutes. She should be just coming to view at quite a distance, depending exactly where you are located.
Good afternoon, Tuesday.
And then you'll see her for quite a bit after that. Yep, no problem, shipmate Brenda. No. I all get lots of funny questions sometimes. I've got to try and work out what the question is. Shipmate Red Morris says, when they went to Canada on Arcadia.
That was Star BTS that received, and thank you. The cost gauges to be dead.
Oh, they were 2 weeks early for the fall. Oh, no. Well, the trouble is, I think depending on the year, the fall does move around a bit. I would think this year you're probably going to be... Well, I would think you'd probably be all right for the autumn colours. I don't know, but I don't know what the weather's been like over in the States. Oh, the ship, let's believe them. Oh, wonder what happened to the overturned yachts on 9th of August. Yeah, that was down at Netley Cliff Sailing Club. They'd been on a day sail up to Ealing Tide Mill, up to that end, and then they were sailing back. And as I suspected, I was talking to the shipmate who capsized. They'd had quite a long day sailing, and as they went past the dock head, the wind, because the wind was coming from a neutral direction, just blew their yacht over. And they managed to get it up 2 or 3 times, which we didn't see because we were busy broadcasting. But eventually they just became too tired and too wet and tired to get it up. So yes, the Hamble lifeboat towed it back to Netley Cliff, where it was righted and then put back into the club. So no problem there. All was good. Nothing broken. Yes, shipmate Andy Hill says sometimes they paint the holes when docked in visiting ports. Yes, they certainly do. It's always a popular thing to see them painting. They're always maintain them. So obviously, they don't really stop. So you've got to maintain them all the time. But it does remind, I mentioned this before, but it does remind me, I was talking outside the Dancing Man once to a couple of shipmates who worked for, I almost said who they worked for. They worked for one of the larger cruise companies and asked to remain nameless. And they were telling me that during lockdown, they only painted the side of the ship that was docking next to the dock. And the other side of the ship, they didn't bother painting. Because no one was going to see it.
Yes, Polaris and Aurora, this is BTS, copy, your passing range. This is green to rain, Aurora, leaving north of the...
The next departure is the Aida Perla at 7:30. We've got 2 tomorrow, 2 on Thursday, none on Friday, which is just really odd. I don't quite know why there's none on Friday. Then 6 on Saturday. Back to our Super Saturday. I think it might be the penultimate Super Saturday. Shipmate on the tracks. They were on the Disney Fantasy. So Disney Fantasy won't be calling in Amsterdam tomorrow due to weather making the approach difficult to dock. Yes, I can imagine. God, the tail end of that storm is coming in. It's going to be really windy tomorrow. Let's bring up the winds, shall we? Yeah, I think so. This is this little pocket. I think it's the tail end of Erin, or it might be another depression coming in. So I think this is what's coming in tomorrow morning, and this is what's going to make all sorts of people's lives quite awkward with these high-speed winds. They're talking around 30 to 40 knots here. Quite unpleasant. Shipmate Elizabeth Leeborn, says the 2017 she did something similar, went across to New York, up to Canada, to some of those same destinations. This time of year, the trees were just turning colour. Yeah, that's why I would think. Probably difficult to get it to exactly right time of year. Shipmate Animal Days, what time Thursday, Saturday? What time Thursday? That's a good question. Thursday. Huh, that's interesting. Good job you asked me the question, shipmate. I paid attention. But Thursday, I think this must be unscheduled stop due to the weather. The Oceana Marina arrives at 2 o'clock in the morning tomorrow and then leaves Thursday at 7 o'clock in the morning. So it'll be a morning departure. How about that? Let's do not done a morning live stream for a while. That seems like a fairly sensible time. I might have a go at that. So that could be 2 live streams on Thursday. A morning departure and an afternoon departure. Regal Princess departs at 4 o'clock on Thursday. And then Saturday, 4 o'clock, there's 3 ships leaving at 4, 1 leaving at 5, and then 1 leaving at 8 o'clock. Which again is a little bit odd. It's the MSC Virtuoso that's leaving at 8 o'clock on Thursday. Yeah, shipmate Elizabeth Leeborn says, glad they got back safely to the yacht club, indeed. Yeah, it is. I think they'd had like a full day's sailing, and they were also training some of the other members of the club. And yeah, it was quite, I can see why at the end of the day got really exhausted. And it's really heavy. We could even see the lifeboat guys trying to right it as well, and they weren't succeeding either. So yeah, they're pretty hard work. I think Erin might have actually burnt out. I think this is just a new depression. Oh, blimey. Shipmate Elizabeth Leopold says, when we started off in a force 9 gale below Ireland, I couldn't carry my breakfast tray from the buffet to the table. That is some conditions, that is. Apparently a lovely crewmate took your tray for you. Well, that's perfect. But wow, what conditions that is if you can't even carry your tray from the buffet. Yep, that's pretty windy. I've never experienced that. Yeah, so what time was that? Thursday, 4. Yeah, 4 o'clock Thursday. And possibly 7 o'clock Thursday morning. Gosh, good job I spotted that. Well done. Thanks for that, shipmate, for asking me about the times there. I haven't done a morning live stream for us. Not often we get a ship departing at 7 o'clock in the morning. Very interesting. looking very dark over there, isn't it? Behind Aurora. See, a relatively small ship, Aurora, compared to some of the ships we have here in the port of Southampton.
Busiest, Ray, Osprey, West Leicester in.
70.
Osprey, DPS, ready to see there. Please say please. All body count.
76,000 gross tons, 200 centimetres long, as someone mentioned earlier, similar in length to the original Titanic. Has a top speed of 24 knots, 44 kilometres an hour for all you continental types, or 28 miles an hour in the King's units. Shipmate Rabner's bit. He's got galley duty, or the other significant shipmate in his life. Just noticing on Netlycam here, it looks like the rain's come in again. Very much the theme of the day today. There's the Aida Perla. She's due away at 7:30. Oh, shipmate Simon Green says he's either watching ship live stream channels or adverse weather conditions across America. Waiting for hurricane season to start properly around 10th of the month. Oh, really? 10th of the month, is it? Ah. Didn't realise it had a start date for hurricane season, but
Phoenix, VGS, good afternoon to you.
sounds about right.
Phoenix, VGS, yes, please. Outbound traffic, the Red Eagle approaching Cadman.
Well, the shipmate Jan Cherry Jovi says if it's a named storm, might be Storm Amy, as the Met Office have given this season's storms
Red Eagle, VGS.
names out yesterday. True. But if the storm has come from America and the American Meteorological Services are giving it a name, they keep the name. I think it's only if the storm brews up in the mid-Atlantic and then arrives with us, then we give it a name. I think it's the Irish, the British, the Dutch, and I think the Spanish or something, or the Portuguese. They're responsible for some names. The French and the Germans and the Spanish are responsible for some other names. It's all quite confusing conventions for naming storms.
Traffic information outbound. The bunker barge with Star approaching the Hope will maintain north and east of the Grange, then north channel outbound to Portsmouth. The Red Eagle is now approaching Cadden, leave north and east of the Greens as well. Inbound tanker, yes, Polaris with a clear channel.
Yep, shipmate Nicholas Lambert. Yes, that's right. The VTS is saying that the Arcadia will be docking at 1:15 tomorrow morning. I think this storm coming through the channel has caused a lot of the ships to change their schedules and dock early or dock overnight and things like that. There is not a lot of point in bobbing your passengers around mid-channel.
Prolific VTS not received.
It just upsets everyone.
Red Jet 7 Town Quay for caps, please.
Red Jet 7 VTS inbound traffic tanker Yasa Polaris with this Apex approaching PC now clear channel.
Yeah, so in fact we'll have the Arcadia arriving 1:15
Star VTS,
tomorrow morning, and the Oceania Marina arriving at 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. So they're both arriving early tomorrow. Oceania Marina staying for a night, the Arcadia departing at 8 o'clock in the evening. Probably a late departure, and the Silver Dawn's departing at 9. Yeah, probably late departures so they can avoid the weather and the storm, I would imagine. No, it's a bit Simon Green. Oh, I didn't realise that. So they found it fascinating that Hurricane Erin started off the west coast of Africa, made it all the way up to Iceland, without much more than a bit of fish soup for the Atlantic. Yes, yes, it was. Well, it was quite close to the coast of the USA at one point, but yeah, it seemed to pass by without really affecting anyone, apart from the ships at sea, I suppose, mid-Atlantic. Shipmate that's in Portsmouth, you're probably going to get close to seeing the ships soon. Just be a little while. Now I see. I wonder why Aurora's, because I can actually, even though it's a bit rainy, I can see Aurora in the distance. She's taken a slightly different track. I think it's because she's heading round this. There's a tanker here. She's gone the other side of this tanker, which is probably going to jump onto our screens very shortly. In fact, there it is. The Yasa Polaris. Yasa Polaris has come from the US of A. Taken a very interesting route. Let's see if I can get that up on the screen. There we go. Now can expand the times. But there we go.
26 liters inbound traffic. The Yasa Polaris tanker Escatog Apex approaching DC Clear Channel. The Prolific just to the east of Northbourne Buoy, containing east of the Green. Outbound with star at the reach north and east of the Green, then North Channel.
There you go. See the Yasa Polaris. It was over here in the States.
Yes, apologies. 3.38.
Went up to New York and been down to somewhere in Texas, Corpus Christi by the looks of it. And then all the way across over to Fawley. Very interesting. Oh, shipmate Ray Morrison, is she selling or buying? Oh, good question. Good question. I don't know. I would say, looking that she's quite high in the water, she's probably buying goods, buying product. But so it's difficult to tell. What I find is quite interesting, we look at this map here. We talk about the nav anchorage quite a lot. You hear it on the radio, and you can see that she was here in the nav anchorage for a while she was waiting to get into Fawley. And the other day, they were talking about the nav anchorage radio, saying they were running out of spots for them to go. And that's because they had some problems over in Fawley, so they couldn't accept any tankers in with products to either come in or out, because they had some problems at the refinery, and therefore all the tankers were just queued up in the nav anchorage. And I'd never seen so many before, and even VTS were saying that they had no anchorages free. Yeah, so if you look here, these red dots are all the tankers waiting to go into Fawley. And all around here, there's a couple more up here as well. Epic Manhattan, Gas Xanadu, Sten Monster. Very interesting names for tankers. $274 meters long, 48 meters wide. has a draft of 13.9 metres, which if you can compare that with Aurora, she has a draft of only 8 metres, so there's an awful lot of that container ship under the water that we can't see. Well, the shipmate music is the best. Always asking what the app is for. Well, there's a variety of apps you can use for ship tracking. I tend to bounce between them depending on what I want. The most popular one is probably Marine Traffic. I'll bang them into the chat here so you can see. Marine Traffic is probably the most popular website app. I also like Vessel Finder, which I contribute towards. But the one that you saw on the screen is my ship tracking, which I also contribute. And I just like the graphics on my ship tracking. It's very clean. It works really well. Vessel Finder I also like. There's a few more pictures on there. Marine Traffic's best, so if you've got a ship that you can see it on the AIS, but you don't know what she looks like. You click on it, and it comes up with a picture. Marine Traffic's the one that always has a picture for the ship, even if it's some very small pleasure craft that someone's got in their marina. You know, even the smallest yacht seems to have a picture on there, whereas the other two have less pictures, so it's not so good if you want to see what a vessel looks like. But there you go, there's a choice of, they've all got their associated apps as well. Like I say, I contribute AIS data to Vessel Finder and my ship tracking. So it's not often we see the tugs go this way. Normally the tugs are heading down Southampton water and pulling the tugs in. It's not often we see tugs down here operating at the Fawley terminal. Shipmate Simon Griggs, yes, Cruise Mapper's good for itineraries. Yes, Cruise Mapper's excellent for itineraries. I use that one a lot for the itineraries. It's really good information on there. I find the website a bit slow for some reason, but the information is good. There are a number of tugs based down at the Fawley terminal. And what I didn't realise was that the people on the tug stay on board for about 2 weeks at a time. They're on the 2 weeks sort of shift pattern. There's a sort of rotating crew on board. So you sleep, eat on the tug for about 2 weeks. And then when you have some time off, I don't know how much time you get off. Last year I went to, this year I went to the Seaworks boat show, which is the commercial boat show in Southampton, and I like that because you can go climb all over the ships. No one worries about what you're doing. And I had a good old look around a tug. In fact, it was an electric tug. Absolutely fascinating. I think an electric tug is probably an ideal solution.
Red Eagle VTS received, call shut is now.
Because obviously the tugs don't go very far. They need lots of power, which batteries are really good at. And they spend a lot of time waiting for the ships to come in so they can charge up. And they need to be big and bulky. So it really suits them well. And they don't carry any goods and they don't go for a long time. So I think electric tugs are an ideal solution. I was very impressed by it. In fact, I'm not sure where I finished that film. That's another film I need to finish.
Inbound traffic, the tanker Aida Perla is approaching West Bravo now. Clear Town Quay. She's in for SO number 5, going starboard side.
You can see the other tug there and the Red Funnel Ferry. In fact, if we look on Netley Cam, you can see the other two tugs waiting. Now the Cows Cam is round the corner behind the NCI tower on the right hand side of the screen there. There's the chap still busy building down here in Mayflower Park. Fits at apex here, busy pulling away. Should we just be there, ready to control the stern of the tanker? Pulling a bit here, pulling a bit there. I'm laughing at shipmate Simon Green. Hang on. I'm pretty sure I've got... Let's have a look. I'm pretty sure I've got a photo of that.
Yes, I'm curious.
Curious BTS sign. Good afternoon.
New Ray, just let him go from 45 and do a quick bit of training on 45 or 44 berth.
Yes, please. Thanks.
Shipmate Simon Green here. Got an interesting video today. The idea has had a thought. How about building the model of the red funnel ferry on the ferry before it goes from Southampton to Cowes while it goes? They've got two models. There's the red funnel ferry and there's the red jet. I don't think I could build the red jet before I got to the other side, but the red funnel, I don't know, is that 263 pieces? Yeah, do you know what? That's not a bad idea, is it? Ages 6+. I reckon the captain can cope with that. Actually, last time I was on the ferry, they'd sold out. They had them on one of the ferries going over, but the other ferry had sold out. And I was talking to the chap, and he said it's been really popular with all the children going over to the Isle of Wight. The parents have been buying them ferries to build. Good idea for a video, shipmate. I'll see if I can give that a go. Should be really important. How big are the crew on tugs? I don't know how big they are, actually. I think they're around... Not that many people. Not that many shipmates. I think it's like half a dozen or so, 8, that sort of number. Because you only have one. Basically, you have an engineer and you have one guy controlling the tug, and then a couple in reserve. So I don't think there's that many on board. Sweet chili sauce look good. Where's the sweet chili sauce from? Is it like an Isle of Wight sweet chili sauce or something? Made. Oh, I think it probably is from the Isle of Wight because it says the garlic farm. I know they have a garlic festival in the Isle of Wight. I was actually rather partial to the little chaps that were down here. I was thinking about getting one of these, and he could join me on my iron horse. Shipmate Red Morris says if I can't build it, I'll just keep quiet. Yeah, that's true. I'd be an unpublished video. Yes, I might have to give that a go. 263 pieces. It takes an hour to cross. So that gives me... So it's like 4 pieces a minute. Well, I've got to buy it. First of all, buy it. We've got to get on board, buy it, sit down, open it up. Reckon I've wasted 10 minutes there. So yeah, it's got to be somewhere in the region of 5 minutes. It's probably going to be 5 minutes 5 blocks a minute. I think that should be doable. Yeah, I'll have to give that a go, shipmate. Excellent. I'll add that to my list of ideas. Shipmate Simon Gray says it's fake Lego. Oh yeah, I did notice that. I didn't realise there was such a thing as fake Lego. He says usually a purist, but it is branded by Red Funnel. True. Managed to get it for £2 by being in the right place at the right time. I'm just looking at the price here. It's £22.45p. How did you buy it for £2? Definitely sounds like a good deal. That does, £2. Oh, shipmate Ed Smith, he has the Calmac Ferry version of the Kobe kit. Surely if you've got the Calmac Ferry version, it's not finished yet then, is it? Oh, yeah. Well, since Solent's looking flatter water-wise. Not too many big waves out there. You can see that marker's not bouncing around too much. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, bridging torches. Yes, 10 minutes before you set sail. Yes, you could be right. So if I get on, yeah, but you've got to get off before it. You still haven't really got an hour because you've got to get off before the time. Oh, shipmate Simon Green found at the local recycling centre. Fantastic, that's a good spot. Well, the shipmate Jason Fernie says, is there a camera for the Marchwood military port? Well, Boxcam can see the Marchwood military port, although due to it being a military port, I tend not to leave the camera pointing that way if I can help it. It doesn't really seem the most appropriate place to be pointing a camera at the military port. So no, if there's something going on, if there's a ship leaving, like one of the point, Anvil Point, Hunt Point, or one of those Hurst Point, one of those points leaving, I might follow that out, but we tend not to look over that way. I don't want to get into trouble again with the authorities. Shipmate Andy Wu says Chinese could build it in half the time. That's true. I need to get myself a little Chinese shipmate, don't I? Come on board with me, and maybe I should subcontract out the labour. Oh, just looking back on Netley Cam, and oof, there's definitely some rain going on out there. The other day I did spot a couple of those planes landing at Marchwood. Oh, for the life of me, I can't remember the names of the planes. They are aeroplanes with two massive propellers that take off vertically and land vertically, but then it switches to horizontal flight. They've got a particular name, and I can't remember it. I did see those land, and they were quite distinctive. I heard it on. I happened to have the outside microphone on. I could hear this noise, and I was thinking, "Oh, that sounds like a plane." But then it was very consistent. Went on for ages. So I so I took the camera out. I thought, "What is that?" And I just happened to catch one landing over in Marchwood. Quite spectacular. I've not seen a plane land vertically before. I can't remember the name of the planes. I'm sure somebody in the chat will be able to remind me. Oh, yep, Spanner Hades says yes, Osprey, that's the one. Yeah, it was not Osprey. Yeah, and CS28's got it. Thanks, Shipmates. Yeah, they were really good. So occasionally I point over there, but yeah, there is some military activity over there. I think Shipmate Sidegray says mainly used for storage containers. Yeah, you see all sorts going in and out there, so I think it's best not to point that way. You can see it on ferry cam. I think, pretty sure. Yeah, you can see it in the distance on ferry cam. That's probably about as close as I'd like to get. Yeah, thank you, shipmates. Osprey. Oh, Carmen says, even Carmen knew it was an Osprey. Crikey. I was stuck with looking at Tug Apex and thinking of Apex for some reason. But yes, I'd never seen those land before.
Red Eagle VTS, thank you for that.
I think I actually can't remember if I filmed it on the camera. If I filmed it, yeah, I think I filmed it on the camera. All right, let's have a look back. No, it would have gone, wouldn't it? Because it would. Yes, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I don't think I recorded the live stream. Shipmate Jason Ferry says half the base is now in private ownership. Ooh. Well, it's the other half that's probably the problem. Yeah, not a lot of traffic out in the Solent at the moment. There's a few private yachts. The Aurora is now, that shipmate who is down in Portsmouth should have probably a best view of Aurora at the moment because he's right opposite Southsea Beach. The White Star, bunkering vessel. She's in the North Channel. She was asking earlier about the tanker because she wanted to make sure she'd get past the tanker before the tanker came up. Because once the tanker comes up to full, could likely be turning round. It obviously can't go past it then. We've got the Red Falcon that just has left Cowes, and the Red Eagle is just heading towards Cowes. With the Red Osprey in port. Silver Dawn is moored up at the end of Mayflower Park, and the Aida Perla is here at 46 berth, the ocean terminal. And then we can just about see in the distance through what looks like some wet weather there. So obviously the wet weather must be somewhere down Southampton water, because it doesn't look like it's raining here in the Solent. I shall head off on a mission in a bit and pick up my new camera.
For these listings, there is no reported traffic from the NAB to CMH 112 further to the south of the NAB. There will be putting a obviously pilot, and now once reported she's up to the.
Yeah, it's going to pick up my new cruise cam. Hopefully get that up soon. Need to configure it first, make sure it works. Last time I bought a new camera, it didn't work very well. Well, the shipmate jelly, do the ships change what berths they use, or do they stick to one for the season? Good question, shipmates. Good question. Well, just trying to think. They move around. Now, for instance, P&O's Iona and P&O Avia always use the ocean terminal. That's the only terminal they use. But for instance, Queen Mary 2 uses a variety of the terminals. I'm not sure what dictates that. I'm trying to think where the other ships would be. Yeah, they do move around. They're not always at the same berth. Some of them are, some of them aren't. I'm afraid it's a rather unpolite answer there. Shipmate Simon's Green asking if the camera has a wiper to clear the lens. Well, funnily enough, it does. But annoyingly, I was going to use it elsewhere, but annoyingly, at the cruise cam location, because it's sort of under a balcony, it doesn't actually get a lot of rain, so this one doesn't need a wiper.
Southampton VTS is motor vessel Morning Cello, 3 Foxtrot Bravo India 3, over.
But yes, it does indeed have a wiper. My first ever camera with a wiper.
Morning Shadows, Southampton VTS. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. I am reporting 30 minutes notice prior departure, over.
Morning Shadows, VTS, that is Mystic. Thank you for the call. Pilot will be with you very shortly from the shore side using the ramp. Safe access for the pilot.
Copy on that, sir. Thank you very much.
That's the Red Eagle that I was talking about earlier.
Station calling Southampton VTS. Essex Star VTS, standby, standby.
Oh, yeah, and shipmate excellent spanner comment makes a good point. Yes, for tankers, the largest one go to SO berth 5. Yes, that's true. Yes, I was thinking more on this end of port. Yeah, SO number 5 for the tankers. Right, shipmates, I shall be departing now. I'm going to collect the new camera, and I shall be back at, what did I say, 7:30 for Aida Perla. See if I can leave the camera in a good location for you. Yeah, 7:30 for Aida Perla. Right, shipmates, I shall see you later. Back at 7:30.
prolific BTS hook, thank you. More reporting traffic outbound from the north and east of the Greens.
BTS Red Jet 7. Good evening, shortly away from Town Quay. BTS on this receipt. Thank you.
Be curious. Finished in the ocean dock, round to 38.9 for the car boat sailing.
Those are size command.
Southampton VTS, Southampton. Yeah, good. Good evening. Permission break away from bird 44 for morning cello. Yeah, that's all copy. Thank you.
VTS Red Osprey, departing Royal Biff Castle.
Southampton VTS, morning cello. Yeah, good evening to you, starboard side 238.9, just raising the ramp, 9.85 for Halifax with 24.24 on board. Yep, that's all received, thank you. Break tugs for the morning cello on 174.
Number curious, simple.
BTS Red Jet 7 coming up to Northwest 90. Permission coming at speed, please. That's all copy, thanks very much. 7 now.
Southampton BTS Red Falcon passing northwest inbound. Permission to proceed with speed approach. Stanza VTS, morning Kilo, just about to let go from 38.9. Thank you.
VTS, Red Jet 7 shortly away from Town Quay, please. So copy, thanks very much. Southampton.
BTS, airspeed. That's us leaving the Empress for the morning channel. Yeah, evening, Chris.
Southampton VTS, morning cello, highs line out, main channel to the east.
The curious.
VTS, it's a mountain. Yeah, we finished in morning cello, going back to bird 44.
Vessel copied, Chris, and will be on set. Many thanks. Have a nice evening.
Ready Eagle VDS received, thank you.
BTS Red Jet 6.
Red Jet 6 BTS.
BTS Red Jet 6, please hold the side of the Town Quay and starting now with the service tomorrow.
Red Jet 6 BTS received, thank you.
Thank you.
CTS Red Falcon, shortly departing Royal Pace Cars.
Red Falcon Southampton VTS will receive inbound traffic, the Red Eagle, Forley Deep, and outbound traffic, the Morning Cello, approaching the Cadland outbound to the east. Over.
All copy, thank you.
Jet 7 Southampton VTS, all received. Outbound traffic, the Morning Cello, 40 deep, to the east, not a clear channel vessel. Red Falcon, Western Shelf. The next vessel to depart Southampton docks is the Aida Perla, portside to quay at 46 berth 1930. Over.
Southampton VTS, Aida Perla.
Aida Perla, VTS.
Yeah, good evening, pilot on board, portside 2 on 46 berth, draft 8.3, no reported defects. Vessel's off to Bruges, looking to get away for 1930.
Aida Perla, Southampton VTS, all received. Traffic information, the Red Eagle, Lanes Lake inbound, and Red Jet 7 departing Cowes. Over.
Okay, many thanks. BTS, Red Eagle, Northwest Netley, in for all pair.
Red Eagle, Southampton BTS, you may continue at speed if safe to do so. Over.
BTS, Red Eagle, all copy.
Southampton VTS, Aida Perla.
Aida Perla, Southampton BTS.
Yeah, Aida Perla. Are you able to take numbers?
Aida Perla, Southampton BTS, yes, ready for numbers.
Yeah, passengers 4251, and crew 983. A total 5234.
Aida Perla, Southampton BTS, that's all received. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, Polaris BTS received. Thank you. Morning, Cello, Southampton BTS received. Thank you.
Southampton VTS, Aida Perla.
AIDAPerla, Southampton VTS.
Yeah, go to stations now, just starting to single up, get ready to go.
AIDAPerla, Southampton VTS will receive immediate traffic, the Red Jet 7 and the Cabland inbound. Over.
Okay, we'll see you then.
Prolific VTS. Prolific VTS received, thank you.
BTS, Red Jet 7,
Red Jet 7, Southampton VTS. You may continue at speed if safe to do so with caution. AIDAPerla, port 46 berth, starting to single up. Over.
Southampton VTS, Aida Perla on the move from 46 berth.
AIDAPerla, Southampton VTS will receive Red Jet 7, Western Shelf inbound. Over.
Roger, mate.
Red Jet 7 VTS. Red Jet 7, Southampton VTS information, the AIDAPerla underway now. Over.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Falcon VTS received. Thank you.
Ahoy, shipmates, blimey! The Aida Perla nipping off a bit early, caught me unawares.
Red Falcon, Southampton VTS, outbound to traffic, the morning cello, approaching the West Bramble Buoy to the east. Red Falcon at the hook, and the Aida Perla departing 46 berth, port side to quay, clear channel vessel. Over.
Right, as they called me on the hop, I was busy collecting the new cruise cam. Just this second, walk back into my cabin, and yeah, she's off on the go. So anyway, I'm still not set up properly from earlier, getting in late. Captain is not very organised at the moment. It looks like the weather's a bit poor out there. Just managed to catch the haulage though, which was good. Do like the hoots and the honks. Let's have a look. Right, where is Aida Perla? She's currently in the middle of a 7-day cruise. She's calling in at various locations. There we go. I'm having problems with box cam as well at the moment, so I've got to do a little bit of a workaround to get this working. Looks like there's quite a few shipmates out on the balconies here. It's not cold outside. A little bit grey. Oh, someone going down the funnel, the flume. Yeah. Looks like a bit of waving up there on one of those balconies. I'll stop waving just as I cut across. Hello, what's going on there? Oh, umbrellas. Or a flag. It might be a flag. Oh, let's have a look. I can use the power of cruise cam while it's still functioning correctly. I think there were some shipmates there at the very front. Oh, maybe it was a scarf. I thought they had a flag. Oh, well. It definitely has an umbrella. It has been one of those sorts of days. April showers, even though it's not April. Right, where's Boxcam looking now? Oh, Boxcam's looking in the wrong place. I can't see where Boxcam's looking until I switch across to it here. For some reason I can't see the main display from it. There we go. I've got to move the camera back over here. It's all a bit shoddy at the moment, a bit wonky. All a bit cattywampus over here. Oh, I've just lost cruise cam again. Never mind, cruise cam's replacement is in my cabin. Massive it is as well, absolutely massive. Right, anyway, so where were we? We were somewhere, weren't we? We were doing something. Where were we? Oh, yes, here we go. Yes, 7-day round trip. So she left Hamburg, then called in at Le Havre for Paris. Now she's at Southampton. Next port stop is Zeebrugge in Belgium for Bruges. Then Rotterdam in Holland. And then back to the wonderful port of Hamburg. I was hoping there'd be some lights on Aida. The Aida ships especially tend to have lots of LED lights. But I can't see anything at the moment. What's going on over in Cowes? Ooh, yeah. Yeah, it looks like there's dollops of rain out there somewhere. Right, cruise cam is now working again. Good. Good old cruise cam. You haven't got long left, buddy. Retirement is coming soon. Might have to spend some time on the healing bench, see if I can actually get it working, because it's quite an expensive bit of kit, so it'd be nice to have it working, although I'll probably put it in a location that's easier for me to get to if I need to fix it. There we go, Aida Perla. She's 8 years old, built in 2017. I didn't have the radio on, so I don't know what the numbers are. but I would imagine she's got somewhere around 3,000 passengers on board. Maximum double occupancy is 3,200, 3,400 maximum occupancy. Excellent spell at Hades. It's not dark enough yet for lights. You could be right. You could well be right. Oh, actually, you know what? I can see the lights. And it's just, I think you're absolutely 100% correct. I can see the lights. It's just not dark enough, is it? It's looking dark, though, in the distance over there. Oh, yes, 8:30, says Hades. Yes, that was much better at 8. I was just thinking, I'm sure we saw in the dark before. They are one of the better ships in wintertime to watch departing the port of Southampton, because they are probably the... Oh, I'm sure, in fact, I can't think of any other line that has such well-illuminated ships. Well, it's Sarah L. I think Sarah L's based up in Sweden. Oh, she's missed the previous departure due to work. Lucky I made it home for this one. Well, you're lucky, because I almost missed the first departure this evening, because I was somewhat delayed myself, late into the cabin. Yeah, there's some funny-looking weather out there. Yeah, I could just about see those lights coming up those columns. Aida Perla is carrying out this itinerary pretty much all the time around Europe, and then she has alternates that with 2 weeks to the fields, and then Europe, and 2 weeks to the fields, Europe, 2 weeks to the fields. Carries on doing that until, as is typical, around October, starts heading towards the Caribbean, and then she's based in the Caribbean for the winter months, and then comes back to Hamburg next year and does the same thing. 7 days around Europe, 14 days to fields. You can often tell when there's an Aida ship in port. As you walk up and down the high street, you can hear lots of German voices. They're all wandering around taking pictures of things. Germans are very organised. They have cycling tours. I often see lots of those, lots of bicycles, packs of bicycles going down up and down the high street and exploring the various things that Port of Southampton has to offer. Well, ship Georgina Stevenson says, nice looking ship. It's got quite the vertical bow. It's quite modern looking, I think, at the front. It is. She's like, say, 8 years old. Around 2018. So, yeah, it's 2017. So I like the vertical bow and that. See if I can zoom into the bit I'm talking about. Switch camera. There we go. I'll move the camera this way. No, that one's not responding. I'll use this one then. Yeah, so it's got very vertical bow, and then there's that horizontal slit above the eye. It sort of looks, almost gives me sort of like a super yacht feeling. Cruise cam's gone wonky again. What did John M? Shipmate Spike prefers the pointy bow. Yeah, I quite like a pointy bow. I quite like the vertical bow. It's different. I'm not sure of the attributes marine-wise, if that's beneficial or not, or it's just purely an aesthetic thing. Well, she's finishing her swing quite quickly. Well, shipmate John M hasn't used cruise camera, right? Yes, it has. I've just picked it up in between these two ships. I only just managed to get back in. I quite literally walked into my cabin, put my headphones on, and then next thing I know, I'm hearing horns. Shipmate Summer Green says likes the bow on the Norwegian Prima. Probably my favourite looking ship of recent visits. I think the Norwegian Prima is a bit newer. Yes, new cruise cameras arrived. I was going to collect it on the Iron Horse the other day. I went to collect it, and it's normally the previous cameras I've collected fit into my top box. Just about, but they do fit in. This one was considerably bigger than my top box. I'm not quite sure why it's so big. Hopefully it's just for the packaging in there. Well, we have got some interesting ship movements coming up, haven't we? Let's have a look. Yeah, I'm just looking at the timetable for tomorrow. You'll see we've got two ships arriving very late tonight. The Arcadia at 1:15 in the morning and the Marina at 2 o'clock in the morning. Now, I've never done a midnight live stream. I'm not sure I'm going to do one today. But the Marina departs on the 4th, so that must be Wednesday at 7 o'clock in the morning. So I think I might do a morning departure. Not often we have ships depart in the morning. Occasionally, if they're off for a refit or something, they depart. But no, it's very unusual to have a morning departure. So what's that, the 4th? What's the weather going to be like on the 4th in the morning? Oh, is that the really windy day? No, that's Wednesday. 4th in the morning should be indeterminate at the moment. The weather forecasters are chancing their arm. It's sunny, cloudy, raining and windy. So we shall see how that works out. But I think I might try a morning broadcast. Well, shipmate Sarah says, start to wonder what you do when the season is over. Are all the ships leaving for the USA or the Caribbean? Not all of them, but a lot of them. So it does get a lot quieter. Instead of having multiple ships visit and leave on a day, there'd be many days go past where we don't have any ships in port. The worst time of year, or the quietest time of year, I suppose, depending on your preference or point of view, is January, February. In January, so there'll be quite a few cruise ships that always base themselves in Southampton and sail all year round. But even in January,
Southampton BTS, Red
even those ones in January will then head off on world cruises or Caribbean winter cruises and things like that. I think Avia and Iona go off and do winter cruises. Quite a few of the P&O ships will do sort of 30 days to the Caribbean and back in January, which to me sounds like a jolly decent idea. So January and February are the quietest month ship-wise. Then in late March, they'll start to come back from their cruises, the world cruises and such, and the Caribbean cruises. Then also we'll get the Caribbean cruises coming back around about Easter, and it pretty much all of a sudden, before you know it, we've got 5 ship Super Saturdays, and it's really busy. But there's always something going on, just not as busy. I don't know how far I can go in this cruise schedule. I'll give you an example. I can only go to December. So if I go to December, for instance, on a Saturday in December, there is only one cruise ship departing. Let's try another Saturday. Yeah, a couple of Saturdays. There's basically one ship every other day. There's one day with a couple of ships, another day with a couple of ships. Yeah, there's not a lot going on. Much quieter. Probably the time of year I should be making my films. I should get on my editing when things are quieter. Yeah, Cruise Cam has decided that really can't cope anymore. Yeah, it's not a happy camera, that Cruise Cam. Right, let's get the other camera app up, which I've forgotten to get up. Right, here we go, the other camera. There we go. Oh, yeah, there's definitely some weather out there. Yeah, I've talked to Paul from Love Cruise about having a few more chats in the winter. We could have a few chats, see what cruises are coming up in the summer. I know people like to book their cruises a long way in advance. Yes, Sariel says go on a 107-day cruise. I would love to go on a 107-day cruise. That would be perfect, shipmate. Some of them actually look reasonably good value for money. Not horrendously expensive, considering. I would probably be rather chunky after 107 days. Itching cam's working. Yep, netly cam. See, visibility is not great. Yes, I shall try that Wednesday morning, or Thursday morning, for the departure at 7 o'clock in the morning of Shiana Marina. Yeah, that'll be interesting. Like I said, there's two ships arriving tonight. 1:15 in the morning, Arcadia's arriving. 2 o'clock in the morning, Marina is arriving. I wonder where they are. Where is Arcadia then? Let's see if we can work out where Arcadia is. She must be quite close. Ooh. Relatively close, I suppose. Considering she's 5 hours away. Arcadia, so she's due in at 1:15 this morning. She's currently here, just off of, well, what is round here then? Probably, not sure what's around there actually. That's Brighton. What's along here? Bexhill, something like that. Eastbourne, Rye. There we go. Rye and Bexhill, and all those sorts of things. They're close to there. Okay, so she's there, and she'll be heading to the Port of Southampton for a 1:15 in the morning arrival.
AIDAPerla VTS received. Thank you.
Holiday ship Simon Green. Not sure about that comment. Said tonight will be perfect. Leave the dancing man at 1 o'clock in the morning. Stumble back into your cabin just in time for the boats to arrive. Yeah. I have a feeling the commentary might be subpar. Especially if I go to the dancing man in an hour's time. I'll be difficult. Leslie Taylor asking why Arcadia is arriving so early. I would imagine it's a weather orientated problem. I'll bring up the weather and the wind and I'll show you. Yeah, so there is a weather front coming in. There's a little bit of wind here, but there's this big weather front, and I'll imagine this band here is going to arrive fairly quickly. So I think the ships are deciding that instead of giving the passengers a bumpy ride, it makes more sense to come into port early. Far more pleasurable experience than being tossed around in the English Channel. Though, well, personally, I wouldn't mind that myself. Quite enjoy wrong camera. Quite enjoy a bit of that. A bit of a bouncing around. Yeah, it's looking fairly calm out there on Southampton water now. Not too rough water-wise. Yeah, I'll try to work out if I'm going to do the ships this evening. Trouble is, if I do the ships this evening, 1:15 and 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't know. So I'd imagine Arcadia be visible round about, probably coming up Southampton water about midnight-ish. Probably on Cow's Cam round about midnight-ish. I have to give that some thought. Yep, Speller Hades there says yes, that's why Silver Dawn's in early. Didn't want to go to the Channel Islands. I can't say I blame it. It'd be a bit rough out there, and you'd have to tender in to the port, which is not the easiest thing to do when it's really rough and windy and bumpy. Much more sensible to come into the wonderful port of Southampton. Oh, shipmate, extra speller Mark G there. So, Sarah L was asking about the ships in the winter and where they all go. And he's obviously done some top-notch research there. So yes, RV and Britannia relocate to the Caribbean. Iona stays here though, but I think she does go to the Caribbean for a 30-day winter warmer or something. Arcadia goes on a world cruise. That's right. Ventura sails to the Canaries and back. Yep. Aurora relocates from Malta to Tenerife. I think Aurora is the only one we don't see in port very often. I think she's permanently located away somewhere. Just starting to see the lights now. It's obviously getting a little darker. Arcadia, shipmate DD thinks Arcadia's going to arrive late. Well, Arcadia, according to
Red Osprey VTS, all copy traffic information, Aida Perla approaching the Hound outbound.
According to VTS, Arcadia arriving at 1:15, which sounds about right considering where she is at the moment. If you look at the estimated times on the tracking apps, they're not very accurate because they assume that you can go at full speed all the way to the destination. It doesn't take into account slowing down for Bramblebank, going around the Isle of Wight and all that sort of malarkey, and then docking and going into the port. So it's more of a, if we could go flat out all the way there, that's how long it would take. It is quite amusing. I can't remember which one it is. One of them shows you the predicted track. Oh yes, getting some good colours now on Aida Perla. Oh, there, Luke Baker. What? It is almost 8 o'clock. When is the sunset? Sunset. Oh, sunset is 7:45. So yes, we are past sunset time, and it is quite a cloudy day, so it does look quite dark out there. the two ships going tomorrow? They are 106, 102. Nothing in 46 berth for a few days. Well, hopefully I can get the new cruise cam up. I shall open it up shortly and take it for a test. Make sure the little thing works. I think this is my most expensive camera to date. By some margin. Yeah. So hopefully it's good. Yeah, I should calculate the number of ship visits per month or something, shouldn't I? Make a little graph up. You can see how busy the port is. It is still relatively busy in December. I'm just looking down. I can say January and February will be the quietest months. But you have a lot of the P&O. So in December, I'm mainly seeing P&O like Aurora, Ventura, Queen Anne, Balmoral, Fridolson, and Queen Victoria, Iona, Ada Nova, MSC Posea, and then Queen Anne, Aurora, Queen Victoria, Arcadia, Aurora, MSC Posea. See, I mean, mainly, I wasn't looking at the cameras, pointing in the wrong direction. Mainly the home ported ships. Or is it raining again? Do you think the rain coming back in again? Awful weather. What's going on in the Isle of Wight? Not too bad over here. It looks like they've stopped work down at Mayflower Park. Doing a good job so far. They've erected quite a lot of the marquee. I'm hoping that they'll... I wonder if they're trying to race through that before Wednesday when it gets really windy. That'd be my guess. Yes, I might have to consider live streaming tonight, maybe. I'll see. I'll keep an eye on the ship, see what how close they're getting. Like I say, Arcadia currently getting close to Eastbourne. Still got some distance to go. Reasonable amount of traffic at the ferry terminal. Shipmate Sarah L's now daydreaming about working on a world cruise. Just need to save up some money. Yeah, I have seen a few people on the internet that on some of these ships they are very inexpensive. I say inexpensive, but reasonably inexpensive, and they don't have a house. They just live on board. Got a laptop, internet connection, and they work from on board the ship, and they just sail around the world. Sounds like a brilliant idea. Looks like the bright lights of the SO terminal there. I don't know why. Some of the tankers have really bright lights. I'm guessing it's so the shipmates on board can see what they're doing. It does make it rather tricky for the cameras to focus in on the job at hand.
And the VTS can speak. And the VTS, that's all copied. Which buoys will you go between when you go over the new ground? And your PC number? And the VTS, that's all copied. There's no reported inbound traffic, just the morning shallow passing between the ports. And morning shallow VTS, copy your north and east of the nav tower, is that correct? VTS, that's all understood. There's no reported inbound traffic.
Looking a bit murky down there in the distance, but we can still see Cowshot Spit and the NCI Tower, so it's not too bad. Probably just dark.
Essex Star VTS.
Oh, let's see her over the other side of Cowshot Spit.
VTS, please call the pilots on channel 09.
Currently travelling at 8.7 knots, so not as fast as usual. Often the cruise ships travel down Southampton water in the sort of 12 knot, 13 knot range. She's not going very far, they're only off to Zeebrugge, so I suppose it will save some money if she keeps the speed down.
VTS Red Osprey, Northwest Netley in.
Red Osprey VTS, all understood. You may continue at speed at the safe to do so.
Thank you.
And the VTS, sir. And VTS, that's all copied. There's no reported inbound traffic to section. Aida Perla, VTS, that's all understood. There's no reported inbound traffic.
Southampton VDS, ready to go. Getting underway from Royal Bit of Cows, please.
The station calling VTS, call again, please.
Southampton VDS, ready Eagle, departing Royal Pier for Cows.
Red Eagle, VTS, that's all copy. Traffic information, Red Osprey, Western Shelf, inbound.
We're coming.
Mont Saint Michel, VTS. VTS understood. Can I have your PEC number? Mont Saint Michel, VTS, that's all copy. Traffic information. The morning cello approaching the NAB East Buoy. Outbound will pass north and east of the NAB Tower. The Islander between the ports outbound will depart Channel between the Warner and the St Helens, then outbound via the West Princess. Jet 7 VTS, that's all copied. Traffic information. Aida Perla at the Hook outbound main channel to the east is a clear channel vessel. Red Eagle just departed berth in Southampton outbound.
Yep, looking very quiet out there on Southampton water, I think. Well, the shipmate says it looks like a ghost ship. Who was that one? I'm reading the comments. Oh, sorry. Yes, definitely looks like a ghost ship. Just there she is, just slowly heading down Southampton water. No more work going on at Mayflower Park. The HMM container ship in there, all brightly lit up. It starts to rain, does it? Oh, yes. A bit of moisture in port. I need to pop out to the shop. I was hoping to visit the supermarket while I was out picking up the camera, but there wasn't enough time to get back before the next ship. But yes, look, I seem to have some raindrops going on out there. Might have to take the land yacht. See, she started to take the turn round the cowshot split there.
VTS, UKD Bluefin.
UKD Bluefin, BTS.
VTS, the Bluefin, good evening. Just about to break away from 25 berth. I'm going to work in the low Richin. Maximum draft is 4.6 metres and the exemption number 01.
UKD Bluefin, BTS, that's all. Copy, thank you.
really can see the colours now on the Aida Perla as she's turning around Bramblebank. Potentially the cricket match is next Thursday or the Thursday after, September 11th or September the 17th, depending on the weather. It's odd being on a Thursday. Normally it's on a weekend, but I think that's probably when the lowest tide is. Let's just check. Thursday. Currently scheduled it for Thursday, September the 11th.
VTS, that's on understood. Tracking information, 1% Michelle, 7 miles south-southeast of the Nav Tower. Inbound will pass over the new grounds to Portsmouth.
Well, the Ship Shepherd book, yes, it is. Very dark. Very dark indeed. The sun set at 7:45, and yes, now it's black.
Margarita, VTS.
Broken away from 20. Exit in the Emperor's Dock. Any traffic in the itching?
VTS, I had 2 stations talking at once. UKD Bluefin, was that you?
To exit the Empress Dock. Is there any
VTS, no traffic in the Itchin, Redjet 7, passing 40 deep inbound.
Well, there should be Alan Britain. Someone may have asked this before. How far do the pilots travel with the craft that leaves Southampton? I can show you. I can get the handy dandy map up. Where's it gone? Assuming I've not closed it. Oh, yeah, it's still going. Right, I will show you now. Go to the map quickly. So the Aida Perla, she's here. Now, if the ship was travelling east, or west, sorry, they normally travel east. If it was travelling west, the pilots get off about here. This is the end of the area.
Which star VTS, that's all copied traffic information.
However, because they go west, the pilots get off around here in the Nab anchorage. This is towards the Nab anchorage, and this is where the pilots get off, in around this area. So they're on there for quite a while. We're negotiating the Bramblebank turn, and then past all the ferry traffic, and then once you're through the forts, there's a number of forts, Napoleonic forts here, and then once you're out here, it's pretty much clear sailing, so that's when the pilots get off.
Margarita VTS, sir. Tell us Margarita VTS, that's all understood. Please call me back again when you are underway, and I'll update you with the traffic.
Oh, it's excellent spelling. Mark G says, yeah, near the Nab Tower, yeah.
Red Falcon VTS, that's all copied traffic information. The Aida Perla, West Bramble, outbound, main channel to the east.
That's the Nab Tower.
Red Eagle approaching the Hound out.
Oh, they're back King. Our evening spanner. I should be looking forward, once this broadcast comes to the end, to inspecting a new cruise cam, seeing what it's like. hoping it's going to be super duper.
Roger, 7 BTS, yesterday, so can do.
Get some good shots here. Really see the colours now. No, they're not moving, not flashing around.
BTS Red Osprey shifting Royal Pier round to Town Quay Seaworth, please.
Red Osprey, BTS, full copy, thank you.
Thank you.
A big dome on the top reminds me of the Iona and Avia with their big domes. Well, there, Kex. Good night. Right, Chip, I hope you've enjoyed this. What a rather long one. It's getting to that time of year again, isn't it, where it's getting dark. But, on the other hand, we do get some interesting shots of the ships. And all lit up and illuminated in different colours as well. Pretty good. I hope you enjoyed that one. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do think about subscribing. Just click that button. Easy peasy. And if you have subscribed, many thanks indeed. And to all my Patreons, PayPal donors, members of the channels, thank you very much for all your support. And, of course, most of all, many thanks to the Blue Spanner crew who look after the chat, not only on this live stream, but on all the other live streams as well. And we've got 2 ships coming in this evening. I don't think I'll be live streaming those. Tempting as it is. Well, if I'm awake, maybe. Anyway.
And the VTS, that's one understood. There's no reported inbound traffic. Have a good one.
And then there is 2 tomorrow, quite late. Will be different. And then there is 2 on Thursday, but one of them is at 7 o'clock in the morning, and I shall probably do that one because that'll be a bit different. 7 o'clock in the morning broadcast. Yeah. Right, showbase. Till next time.